Hey everyone, don't mind me just getting started. I realized I was really not set up for anything at the moment. I'm just like, oh, stream. I'm bored. That'll do. We do all the usual setup and get to work. I gotta pick a schedule again, so I don't try to stream all the time. I just stream at times that are more normal. I don't even have anything open. Terrible. Since I was watching a stream instead. Mistakes were made. I guess if there was a mistake, I just yeah, I don't know. Being lazy. Got that going, this going. Gotta get the links so I can tell people to wishlist my game. Wishlist it. Do it. Good. It's like freaking, you know, The Exorcist, but just for people wishlisting my game. After that, it doesn't matter. I just need them to wishlist the game. One day Steam Sama will let me as soon as I have 1,000 wishlists. It's important. Steam Sama must love me. Hey, YT Display, how's it going? You are the first one today. Yes, quite right. Catching me setting everything up. Why, hello there, Kick. Catching me setting everything up. Good old Kick does not mute itself. It's like, nah, man. You have to mute the tab. I'll unmute you. Unmute you if you try to mute me. Yeah. It do be like that sometimes. But I need my documents for what I am working on, and then I'll be good. You know, Jim, just stopping by. I appreciate it. Someone's got to go to the gym to make up for people like me who don't. I should get a gym membership. I should go outside. These are all the things that, you know, everyone tells themselves they should do, like a New Year's resolution, but then never does. Well, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. You should definitely do leg day for me, you see. So I don't skip leg day because you did it for me. That's how it works, right? Pretty certain. I get in shape by osmosis. Right? Huh? If only. If only, if only. What up, Patrick's health now? So I gave the player a new toy to play with. I suppose I ought to make the boss a little stronger. Hopefully not overwhelmingly strong, but I'll find out the hard way. Oh, he died really like a little bitch last time. And technically you can get more levels in advance now. Maybe I should just knock him up to 1,000 and see where that goes. That means, you know, he shows up at level 5, so 5,000 health. I have it set up just in case there's a new game plus or something. You know. Alright, got that. Oh, I guess I should be like kitchen.
Since I started in 2015.
Ah.
Could be.
Right
Put
there.
it in the shadows. You to do the recording stuff. No problem. No problem. Anyways, guys, yeah.
Okay. Just was telling that stream that I was lurking there, so you know. Might as well help him out. I don't even know if Twitch even counts it anymore. I don't think they do, but screw it. Did all my chats even work? I don't even know. Test. That one works. Test and sure. Get that first load out of the way. Now I gotta put a nav mesh down. Whatever, get the first load out of the way. Wrap my textures. All my homies need a nav mesh. Because my homies are dumb. And can't track where they're at. Unless I paint the ground green. I know this doesn't rhyme or anything like that, but it's true. My homies are in fact quite stupid. All my homies are, of course, NPCs in the game. Imagine having friends going outside. That's gross. Who does that? Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Kind of want to improve this fight anyway. I should actually be working on this stuff here, and I should be... Well, I just changed a bunch of abilities, so... Level 5, well... In reality, you can be much higher level now. Oh, I gave her death. Yeah, okay. Well, now I have the star. Pounded all this food real quick. I'm sure I'm gonna have heartburn for that. I know, I need to tone down that particle. It's too much of a particle. Is this not doing damage? Oh, it totally did. It's still costing, huh? Okay. Why is it still applying a cost? almost feel like I should go on a fast or something like that. Every time I eat, I don't really feel that great. Even if I eat healthy, it's weird. I need Poppet, the Popperton. Because something is wrong with her little with the terraform. It's on the tarot graph. Somehow there's like cost being applied. I wonder if it's one of these ones there. Let me just remove these real fast and test it out. See if we can narrow it down a bit. Yeah, my neck hates me. It has to be one of those, yeah. Well, here's what we do. Add each one back until one of them screws it up. I could put in a bunch of print strings, so I can just do it this way and it'll let me know quick. Something as foobarred. Oh, well, I should have done foobar it like that. I didn't even add it back. Okay, well, anyway. I figured there'd be some problems with the new system, but that's okay. Sometimes you just gotta watch it all burn. And by sometimes, I mean all the time. I mean, I should have the Hierophant here. Is it because the Fool was out? Yeah, I think it's the Fool that's doing it. I don't think it sees it all. Watching Twitch drama stuff on YouTube. It's like reality TV show. They stream drama going through. I think that they actually do it on intentionally, like all of them do, because it gives them all the ratings essentially like that. People get excited like that. They get the attention. So, you know, it is like people's reality show. All these people get so invested in each streamer. They think they're like friends with them and they know all about them. Meanwhile, you know, freaking Emaru doesn't know anyone in her entire chat. Denim has no idea who any of her people are. You know, Asmongold doesn't know who you are. None of them do. Unless you're like their, you know, mod or something. Even then, maybe not. But people love their little reality TV. Yes, they do. Yeah. Well, even then, you know, I mean, if two people who really weren't that popular start fighting amongst each other, it just brings everyone to the attention. They both get more popular. So you just have the drama streamers. What, you think Hassan hates Asmongold and Asmongold hates Hassan? I doubt it. Behind the scenes, they probably love each other immensely because you know how much content they get off of each other? Like, how many views? Oh my god. They're jumping for joy at being, you know, talked about. I don't think this is ever checked. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. Like, if you're getting huge amounts of money shoveled at you, it's a little nicer, right? You know, I mean, I'm willing to be part of the drama if I'm getting huge amounts of money shoveled at me. Hell, if I wanted to get a lot more views, it wouldn't be that hard. I just jump in the political crap and I'll get all kinds of people either for or against whatever I'm for, and in the middle I just want to make a game, but you know, yeah. That should shut itself off. Interesting, but it does not. Yeah. Well, I think with all that money, I could burn off some of that stress. Now, those hookers and blow aren't cheap, right? Literally an ad break going. Nice. Wait. All right, something's wonky here. No thingy end yet? And this is some crazy music for a game dev thing. Sure, whatever. Anyway, now that the ad break's over, I was just saying that, you know, with all that money I earned off it, I could probably burn off some stress, you know, have a bunch of, you know, hookers and blow, make the hookers dress as my characters, you know, nothing. Oh my. There are worse fates, I suppose. Something ain't right here. That's for certain. But yeah, it probably wouldn't be that great. It's true. I don't know. That's a lot of money. You wouldn't have to do it for very long before you were just, you know, wealthy enough to live the rest of your life without ever having to work again. You know, once you hit the big time, obviously. The only problem is you're not the only one trying to get to the big time, so you have to kind of work a lot to get there. So it's going to be harder than people think, I'm sure. Right? But no, I'm going to ignore all that, and I'm just going to sit there and keep working on my game. Not going to do crazy streamer things. Nah. I'm here to work on my game. Just work on my game. That's fair. Age does not exactly encourage a desire for drama, for certain. And with my crap health, I'm not exactly excited for additional stress either. But here I am, streaming anyway. It is fun though, at the very least. I could fix this with one additional check, I'm sure. Yeah, I kind of just want to, like, you know, live in a quiet corner of the internet and work on my game. And the only popularity I really wanted, the only fame is really my game doing well. Like, I personally was never looking to get famous. Because it's... I don't know, I don't care about that, but... it'd be nice to have my game be famous. That's fair. Typically speaking, if someone starts getting heavy into politics, I tend to leave the stream. It's rare that I watch a stream for politics. I'm not there for that. I'm usually there for some other thing they're doing. Because, you know, I don't really care about their politics one bit. Of course, most of the time I leave people's streams because I'm bored. That's usually what it is. It's like, oh, cool, that's such a great thing you're working on there. Oh, wait, what? That's true. Sometimes people's games do impress me. I try not to watch games that don't impress me, though. Or streams that they don't impress me. Like, I'll rate them, and that's cool and help them out a bit. I mean, if they're cool to talk to, sure, but... if I'm just basing it on their game and they're not fun to talk to, probably not going to watch them very often. This needs an additional check for ghost form, doesn't it? Sure. Honestly, this check should just be moved farther forward. Yeah. I don't know. After the last X years, I've been so inundated with people's politics things that I kind of tune out very quickly to any form of politics, and even in entertainment and shows and things like that too. That's really true. I'm very quick to stop watching a show or a movie. And it's not really which politics, it's just any politics at this point. I just don't care. I really don't. I'm there to be entertained. So that happens a lot. I also will fast forward past some things if I like the show otherwise. I think I watched half of the first season of Invincible because Invincible's girlfriend annoyed the crap out of me. I couldn't take her talking anymore, so I just started fast forwarding every time I saw her on the screen. The show got really good after that. I do it if there's male nudity on the screen too. That's just an action, not necessarily political. Just don't want to see that. I'm good. Do you know how much of the boys you get to skip at that point? Oh. To be fair, the boys got pretty crappy, but no, it started out okay. Then Starlight turned into some Frankenstein's monster. That poor woman, what did she do to her face? Jesus. She was so cute before that. Yeah, I don't need this check here. Just eliminate this whole thing. Well, I'm gonna keep this print string. But 9 times out of 10, I just want to work on my game. Yeah. Should probably fix that problem. About the only time I watch anything now is when I eat food. I should find some games I can play while I'm eating, because you know what? I don't get time to play games, but I need games that aren't really heavily action-packed, because it'll take me forever to eat my food if I have to keep putting my control down just to munch food. But, you know, if it's something that's like a strategy game or something that's not real-time, I can totally munch my food during that. And I'll finally be able to play games again. Oh my god. Yeah, that fixes it. Just a timing issue.
The wall talks. Please don't know your.
Why is this connected up? I mean, if we're resetting the ability, you'd think I'd want to go down here with it. That's another thing. I'm in California, so if you think it's bad hearing how much politics gets talked about other places, how that? I got some news for you, buddy. It ain't good news. That's true. Make certain this works the right order. I just need to make certain all the abilities that are being used in the demo work. Then I gotta redo the interface so it reflects the new system. And then I'm not changing it ever again. It's just staying as it is. Switch off it. Switch back. Like it's working okay. There should be breaking. That reset ability should go down to here. And super off, and you'll see once you shook it down, but you know, if I switch off ghost form, it works fine. I should probably make my bosses more complicated in their behaviors. Not very good at coming up with behavior patterns yet for them. Like, there's just certain points where it seems like they could be better, and I'm just not really achieving what I wanted. So what is this drain? Because it's not doing anything there, but yeah, it's still draining. And that is bizarre.
They're all going to dynamo stole my shooting star. Are you snails? Me? Rebuild the moon with sprockets and steam?
Oh,
Much like
I'm a goofball.
ether hums my name, but it's a liar and a breath I just give it to steam.
Of course it's draining. It's supposed to drain. That's literally what this ability does. It drains your stuff. And once you get off it, then it should be fine. I need to find a solution for those particles being so big. They look terrible. They were much better when they were smaller. Trouble is I can't switch which mesh is in there, otherwise the particle doesn't work right. Because whoever programmed it in a way that I can't switch the mesh. And I'm definitely not changing Poppet's outfit. Because that is a lot more work than you think it is. Trying to make it not, you know... We'll try to make it just form to her body. And not go through and everything. What I need to do is actually remove the body underneath where all those are. It's kind of awkward though, because this part here on the back... Well, actually, to be fair, it shows on the other outfit too, so... You can see the little heart on her back there. But then this shows like her lower back too, and her stomach. I couldn't find a way to get rid of the belly button, unfortunately. I suppose if I edited it myself, but then she switched it there, and I wouldn't need any portion of that portion of her body. I would need her chest, though. Yeah, her chest would be available on both of them, to be fair. I gave her pants, so, you know. Or like tights, I should say, on both outfits. Smashing. This one doesn't have the... This one kind of shows her legs better. Does it? I think it's just actually gray. Not transparent at all. I could make it transparent. Something to think about. Not live anymore? He's not. Okay, well, then I will stop lurking him. That should work. Balancing these is going to be so weird. The question is, do I want to impose an additional... Well, I guess I am imposing an additional cost when it's active. Which I should probably do. The other question is, do the other ones have the same problem? They might. Oof. I should have actually kept this Terraform graph open, so I can see which ones it goes through. It's possible I should give it like a noise or something to show you switching between them, as opposed to the other. I thought it looked better or worse. Oh. No, it's fine. No, I'm gonna just get the actor location though. Wait, that's right. You can't get up there. Because I was dragging off this, it only does ones that match that, so I can't do the other. Not sure if I like this, but we'll see. Basically, for the next week, I want to refine the crap out of this and get the menus ready for it. So this way I'm able to just, you know, not have to focus on it ever again. And just go back to designing and make more, like, enemies and bosses and things like that. Which I can plan a lot better when I know all the abilities the player has. Relatively speaking. I mean, there might be a couple changes along the way to certain abilities if I come with a better idea, but I'm capping the number of abilities, so... Now, what was I looking at? I forgot already. Oh, I know. Not sure I like that better at all. It's kind of garbage. Refine all the stuff. That's not so bad. Maybe a little smaller though. Until I find a particle or whatever. These ones are so much better than the Niagara ones, which are just trash. Niagara ones are so heavy, and you can't just scale them without specifically setting up the particle to be scaled, and... Ugh. Not a fan. I think spawn emitter attached is better. Oops, I don't want that one. Really? I'm forgetting a step. Okay, I am. Yeah, I'm forgetting to actually add the emitter. Why aren't I dumb? Remove the other one real fast so I can easily select wherever it was. So I don't remember which one it was. I need this. Why remember when you have undo? I do like a short stream tonight. I don't know, we'll see how long I do. Maybe like 4 hours or something. None of that 6, 7, 8 hour crap. Unless there's lots of people watching, maybe then I will. But we'll see. I'm trying to stream more often, not as long. Just so I can stream more often. Well, not too bad. It's almost a bit blinding though. Like it might actually be not that great because if you have to change all the time, then it's kind of a lot to look at. We'll have to see if that's annoying or cool looking. You can also find a different particle that's less bright too. Probably remove all the tags. All the print strings, I should say, not tags. I'm wondering why the Empress didn't work. I really like to throw the mushroom thingy much better than I like the other thing. Because it's just more exciting than just targeting something to grow it. And I think a lot more intuitive than just target. Are you the right one? Man, I pounded so much tea right before the stream. Mistakes were made. I was like, I'm just gonna watch this, you know, streamer and munch food real fast. I guess I'll stream. We'll use this room. There's no enemies in this room, so I don't have to think about it. Right. Where are you at? Did I move them? I thought I copy pasted them. Maybe they got moved over here and I just am stupid. I could have sworn I copy pasted them. They appear to be gone in general. And I was moving files around, but where are my mushrooms at? I don't recall moving those files. Like at all. I did tell it to build, that failed, but that shouldn't make those vanish. They even move down or something? What is going on here? What the hell? I guess because I don't have the mushroom in there anymore. Because I changed the base one and need to add it back. Okay. Means I probably have to do them all. Well, I didn't do the mushrooms over here, did I? No. I guess I individually added those and the other ones I did not individually add. Interesting. Thanks, I hate it. And all my homies hate it too. And you know you done messed up when the homies hate it. Probably. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe the homies have bad taste. Possible. I could see it. Mushroom house thing. Just looking at stuff here. Yeah, I need these. Give them back. Ooh, give it back. Oh wait, not all that. I get the feeling these are all these, but I don't know. In case they're not. What an awkward location for you. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. All that tea I drank is rough, man. Wait, I didn't go to this one. Where are you at? Okay. Just adding these and hoping that it gets the job done. Nice. As you know, I kinda foobarred it. I gotta go back and stop messing with a lot of these old systems. Like, once they already work, I should stop messing with it, except to go fix bugs that it creates. I mean, presumably I did something that made it better, but did I though? Did I really? Because certainly not feeling like it. There are a lot of plants here. I gotta redo the underwater area here. It's obviously there's nothing going on there, and it's kind of pointless. Especially because the new way through doesn't even involve jumping on these, so it's less good. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta empty out a bunch of tea I drank. Yes. Kind of like the underwater better than the above water. Slowly but surely making the game better. One broken thing at a time. Oh man, is there a lot of broken. The water is very nice. I still have to redo this entire room system for just count which room she's in and then have the little the puppet master actually decide if things respond or not. I mean, technically I could just put it in as like an NPC. Because I could have a thing where I just spawn specifically things in as soon as you hit the room, and originally that was governed by the room system, but now that I have rooms that are more oblong and weird, it kind of leads to issues with spawning in that just aren't that great. Also, I'm pretty much considering just getting rid of this room here and just having the Charlotte wanders through all these halls here, like in a horseshoe, which I think is just blatantly better than what I was doing. Because it's just more obnoxious areas to have to deal with, as opposed to the way it is now where you don't have to worry about it all the time. Like, all my homies don't like that plan. And just having her wandering through this area, it's like, because I mean, I have, you know, her to act as an additional threat and just start putting smoke in various areas where she's at, and you know, it mixes it up a bit. It takes areas that are naturally really boring and turns them into quite threatening. This game is full of a lot of threatening stuff. Let's not point that out. Yeah, I like that idea better. Because otherwise it's kind of a boring area. But now you'll have to deal with her as you try to make it to these various rooms. Which I don't know if is actually better or worse in a way, but I think it just kind of breaks things up. I should probably grab the Puppet Master. Actually, we'll call this the room checker. Oops. Yeah, that's fine, actually. Might as well get it over with them, but I probably want to put it in its own graph. Can't say I really care about that. Also hide at each other. I don't actually need to set this. I can do this first and then set after. There's not much need to do it right there. Well, actually, never mind. I'll set it here. It's gonna be less messy. All my chords, so I'll do it this way. I have this backwards, by the way. If true, continue. If not, I don't want to marry this to the other system. It already has a thing announcing that they're part of that. Blah, blah, blah. I still want to keep these, though I technically could move all those to the Puppet Master. I don't even, the room info could just literally be a thing that ticks the name. I could set all the layers loaded there. But there's no need to change that. I'm changing this one because it causes a legitimate problem. And that problem is annoying. Spawn back to that. Okay. So keep the room in load system. This thing is fine. This isn't even hooked up. I just thought I'd point that out. This is not actually hooked up to anything. This has never been hooked up. I don't really know what it was for. I think I was building this goal system and I'm not doing it anymore because I don't need it. It doesn't make sense. Where something spawned differently in the room if you had achieved a goal. But I don't need to tie it to the room infos. This low-tech solution. I don't even use this. I don't actually know why this is even still attached. It's just running code that doesn't need to be run. I abandoned that system so long ago. Now I essentially just hand Poppet an item and then trigger other things spawning whenever I do like that, like, you know, NPCs and things. I don't really change the spawns in a particular room as far as encounter tables or anything. But each NPC just checks themselves if Poppet has a particular item and then just won't spawn or something in the first place. Pretty much all in the other things, like on the Puppet Master. So this is just part of the other thing here. It's all this crap. But I don't want like 90% of it, but I'm just going to copy paste and figure out what I want rather than think it all through again. Fine. There is no spawn box embossing, say. Well, I'm obviously not going to do any of this crap. Should load, blah, blah, blah. Why don't I just use the encounter table? I can remove viewing room from here, right? Guess I never had one for it. That's fine. I would need another one, basically. That's separate. I could load in all the NPCs. Maybe just another one that's just the room info. There's an argument that this one might actually just be better. Like, do I care about the room? Well, I have encounter tables based on the room info, so if I were to go and just base it on the NPC thing... Oh, thanks for the raid, friend. Play, how's it going? I'm breaking things. Nice, nice. The plague is bad. Oh. Wait. There's things besides game dev? Have I been doing it wrong all along? Could I have been having fun? No. I have fun all the time. I guess. It's not like they're keeping me locked in a cage here, unable to escape. And that people should, like, send help or anything. Oh. Stupid ads. Oh wow, I'll respond back in a second. Nice, nice. Pesky ads ruining everything. I wonder if I can just eliminate the system entirely. Well, no, because you've got far enough away. God, the room info is so useful for things like those. Yeah, I guess I need another one. There's just certain things I want spawned all the time, and I don't know if I want to spawn at distance or ever. I could rework the spawner itself, though, to just spawn everything for the room. And as soon as you're not in the same room. That's a good question. Do I need this whole other system, or am I doing something extra for no reason? So I already have a complicated spawn system, which was kind of the improvement over that one, but the other one just stayed around because I needed to spawn a lot of things in location every time, such as cubes and stuff like that. So oh, good, it's over. Well, not sure if you're still listening or not. Hopefully your sandwich and your Scooby-Dooby is good. I imagine with a Scooby-Dooby in hand, you definitely have to counter that with at least a few sandwiches. You know, one does kind of beget the other pretty quickly. What if I eliminate distance entirely from this? Oh, well, don't eliminate this. I need this part. But beyond that, I don't really need the rest of it. Like, if I just spawn everything for the room, and then just have them whenever you get out of the room, despawn them? Can I just bypass the entire room system? It already despawns if you leave the room, right? Yeah, right here. Room name, previous room name. I kind of feel like I already have this, and I just was trying to make a whole other system that does exactly the same thing. We're about to test this. I have a plan, you see. Oh. Yeah. I will keep this part for now. Though I doubt it is useful, but clearly those, you know, events were from overlaps from a different thing. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna go and delete it. I'm not sure I'm gonna need this. I think I pretty much have the answer figured out. I do have to add these to the encounter table. As long as the NPCs never leave the room, they don't gotta travel around. Probably. I mean, this isn't like, you know, any kind of AAA thing or whatever. Most of the enemies, most of the characters are going to stay in their room, so. And if they have to leave rooms, then I'll figure it out later. Yes. Let's test this then. So I need Charlotte of Charlatan. I definitely have to make her an obnoxious thing to deal with all the time. I mean, she's just playing. But I don't want people to forget she's there. I also have to be careful that she's not annoying too, you know? Like, you know, like she's actually still cool. Oh yeah, there's no encounters here, so. I should be collecting these transforms. Oops. Nope, they all wandered off again. I imagine this might not be the most exciting thing in the world. It happens. But you gotta do these things, you know? You can't just have your code not work. Hear me out. You can't have your code not work. It's weird. Put that in the wrong location. Okay, well, let's do this then. Let's paste this here. Grab this, migrate it here. Paste here. Copy this one, paste it up here instead. The only thing that sucks is that you can't use a 3D widget. You're in that mesh? There most certainly is. And it goes all the areas I care about. Perfect. 10 out of 10. I gotta make Charlotte more dangerous. What's wrong with you? I did delete crap. Yeah, I'm removing this room goal crap. I mean, it should have in theory spawned her in. But it did not. Yeah. I know you hate splines. Not worried about splines right now. This is a loop, so it shouldn't matter that it doesn't end there. Or that it specifically looks like it breaks, but it did cut all this out.
Hello there.
Hey Lippis, how's it going? I guess I should check the chat, see. I guess I should respond back there. Fair enough. Doing good, got to do everything because putting the computer. Now I was reading that. You gotta watch them. They're sneaky like that. And sadly, you're not allowed to throw them off the boat. At least not to my knowledge. Well, as long as they're not your kids. I mean, you can throw them off the boat if they're not your kids. Nobody cares then, right? After all, you know, if they're an orphan and you put them through some sort of a trial, they might turn into Batman. So, you know, you might be just doing them a favor. So, you know, if they're not your kids and don't have any parents, off the boat's fine. Statistically better than if they're raised by a single mother in the Batman universe, because in which case you're very likely to become a villain, so... Which I guess there's nothing wrong with, so come to think of it, it's all good. Imagine not being a villain, that's weird. Okay, my encounter system able to handle this new setup. Yeah. No, that's good. You gotta parent your kids. Which more people here parented their kids. Also, this is off to the side for some reason. I'm like leaning off the thing. Today I feel like half of me. Hit encounter 4 and ain't nothing happening. Okay. What's the result on this? Might need to change my system because I had puzzles in there too, but I had some problems with this thing anyway, so. If you have more parental controls computer, check out that. Good plan. Gotta get a camera that watches him all the time. That'll never make him paranoid at all. Only educational things on the computer. Alright, so false just happens over and over. Sure. What was this even checking for? I think I'm set up where they are looking for a string, and if they don't have that string, they won't spawn. Or if I see the same string. Interesting. Is this solvable by just giving each thing a number and not caring? Tedious. Pesky ad break. Which do be liking its ad breaks. Adam's set really low. To be honest, I kind of wish I just didn't bother to get monetized on Twitch, because it doesn't really make much difference if you are, and you know, this hurts growth on it. That's true. This NPC system is kind of foobarred. But why is it foobarred? I mean, because it worked over here, right? To spawn these ones, I thought. Can't wait for my massage tomorrow. Looking forward to it so much. That one spawned. Yeah, these work just fine. I mean, the wings are foobarred because maybe your equipment seems to add too, and I need to fix that, but I mean, the 4 wings is interesting. It's not wrong. Yeah. Yeah, these work fine. Okay, so then why? Yeah, well, I mean, they're only supposed to be 1 set of wings, not 2. So, you know. That's kind of a problem. Because I foolishly equip them. Whenever you directly equip them, it needs to be told not to spawn them if they already exist. Because I want to be able to enable them while you're actually wielding other weapons too. Oops. So currently the middle mouse button and whatever the controllers can be will let you fly, but flying is not free. If you have it equipped, then it is free though. Like if you have the chariot equipped, so I was gonna set that up like that. Lots of changes being made though. But mostly I want to be able to use abilities with it. But it does do the normal animation for it. It does look a little weird. I gotta remove the despawn distance thingy. I see that's a problem I'm having. You're not taking any damage? Huh. I like how the devil looks with it. Seems so fitting. That one works. Oops, clicked off a game. As long as I had NPC here, I think it's just despawning them. You know, has tags. Has any tags. Other container. Despawn. This way I don't have to have like 9 million copies of things. I can just put them all in here. Dump this here. Any one of them, do this. Now I don't have to have all these. Switch it down to that little small one. So the system might just be able to be everything I need it to be. That's cool. Don't reinvent the wheel. The system's already so smart. So smart. Yay. But why? I don't need these. I think I put everything in here already. These are so old. Some of these don't even exist anymore. There's like nothing I care about in these, right? Don't know why I'm freaking out, care that much. There's just not. Who cares? We will change this to the encounter table. I do not need multiple encounter tables. I am not splitting it up into multiple chapters anymore. They're kind of major events, and that's kind of the way it switches up a bit, I guess. And YouTube be picking up again. It's just my time on YouTube. Keep getting like 18 to like 30 people watching on YouTube. It's good times over on YouTube. Good times. I don't need to change that up there. And the real question is why? What's so different about the other ones in there that caused them to spawn and not the other one? So why did I leave notes? Notes would have been good. I could just make it where if they don't have any, then it's fine too. It just spawns them. I think that's probably better than trying to make dreams come true with the other. That is true. This here goes. Get puzzle info. This way I can have a situation where I just don't have to put anything in for those ones. That's my plan. You know what? These are probably relative, and they actually probably were spawning, just not here. Come to me, Mr. Mushroom. I need you. Yeah. It was probably working perfectly. I just had the wrong location set up because it was a copied from relative location. Inner smoke traps can exist where? Maybe not directly in front of a door. That's a little too dangerous. Near the bottom of the stairs is creepy enough. I don't care about the rotation particularly. She can be rotated however she wants to be rotated. However she identifies as being rotated is how she's been rotated. Perfect. Oops. Whoa. A little creeped out by Floor Charlotte. So, couple changes here. It means I don't need this other system role. This system pretty much does everything I need. And it should fix the NPC problem I was having, so. A bonus in that it fixed the problem with something else while fixing a problem with this new thing. Instead of going back and fixing the old problem like I should have done initially. Yes. It'd be nice once this works entirely. Oh, actually I want oh wait, that's on Poppet. Poppet's the musician of the lot. Oh wait, do I still use these? Room data has them, right? I don't even use these. Let me double check I even use them. I do not. Is it though? Is it really? I found Waldo, which is the output one there. That's Waldo. As you can see along the way, I've really improved things, but I often leave a lot of things there and don't really delete it late until much later. This wasn't being used, but the new system is just 1,000 times better. I'm not sure what creepy music I'm gonna play, but I'll just put the other music in here for now and call it square. This one wasn't on, you know, Poppet, I would do that. Yeah, Poppet could actually have been the spawner for everything. She could have just been the roving everything. Like, I didn't really need a puppet master. Everyone could have just referenced the player. I could have just put Poppet everywhere and she just brings her own enemies with her. So what is going on here with the Puppet Master? I wish I had a better way to organize these. In reality, I wish that there had been well, I guess chapters wouldn't have mattered, huh? I guess there was nothing I care about. Never mind. I wish you could reorder string maps. You can outside of blueprints. It's one of the few things where blueprints kind of sucks. There aren't many points where I think it's not the best, but that is one of them. How is she falling out of the world? What am I missing here? She's never had this problem before, unless those are just too far down. Maybe that's the case. They all have the same Z location, so I should work with one in all of them. Should fix a lot of problems for me. I don't know why I was spawning men only at a distance. It's weird. Yeah, that one just seems to do that. No. That's him in the lower decks.
You're going the wrong way. The steam whispers I'm a queen. Nobody could ever love me. I'm all mad here.
More terrifying in this area.
Am I me? Am I dreaming? The gears whisper my name. The wall talks lies with my dreams.
There's like two of her.
Am I unraveling? They're all alike. Stu and Rum doesn't like me.
Like she despawns if I'm too far away. Too low. Too low indeed. Yes. The question really is, why? Why so many? I mean, it's supposed to spawn them all in, but it shouldn't actually be checking distance at all. But I think the issue is with the events and not with specifically her thing. I might be spawning the wrong one. Wait a second. Got a couple of these, so one of them might be just the wrong one. Oh, actually, technically I had those on here, so it doesn't even matter. On the old system. Ew. No, it's just her smoke thing. It's accidentally put the wrong one on there. That. I have to wonder if I somehow have messed up the transform on that one, and that's why it's not spawning. We'll see. Hmm. You know what? Maybe they were never spawning. Maybe, and I'm just saying, this room info here was actually what was spawning them all along. So I didn't add a space or something weird.
A fly is omnipresent, much like candy. We're all mad rebuild the moon with sprockets and steam. The wall broken too long. They're watching me. Why are you talking to me? It knows I'm not talking.
He's stopping at 4. Mother does not equal, so that should be fine. I can just do this. If both of those aren't true, then do this. Yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong. Sometimes enough, you know, random Boolean logic in there can get confusing. Farther in you get. True. Why are you the only one that spawns? Why does she jump out of there? So many questions. You get so excited over there, and then kick, and it's just another bot. Yeah. What is going on here with this setup? No, don't do that. What is the puzzle tag name? What is this? These are both blank. So those two are unequal. I saw something logically weird here. Maybe that's the case. Just something that's logically weird. Yeah, the Posian. Hanging out the YouTube. Nice, nice. YouTube does seem to be the place where all the traffic is, for certain. I got like 5 people watching on Twitch. 2 on Kick. 25 on YouTube. Yeah. I'm just keep going up. Yeah, it's just YouTube does seem to be where all the traffic is. I don't know what it was. Ever since August on Twitch, I started getting so much less traffic. But that's also when they changed how things were counted, and I think a lot of people were just lurkers. They started counting lurkers differently, which just started screwing with all my traffic on there. But to be fair, I only had a small like sample size of a couple months before I had all the health problems and kind of stopped streaming for a while. So, but I remember seeing a lot of social media saying that was a thing. That Twitch was nerfing all the counts, unless you were just botting. Yeah, it took me forever to get traction on YouTube, and I'm not even sure if I have true traction on there or what. Because they really don't chat. They could all be sleeping. I never know these things. I just guess. They might be sleeping. Could go either way. Yes. Yes, indeed. I've streamed on YouTube a lot longer than I've streamed on Twitch. A lot longer. But still not really, still have 1,000 subs for the monetization, sadly. If only I did. I gotta make regular YouTube videos if I want subs. I tried shorts, that got basically nobody. Yeah, that part does suck a bit. The upside to YouTube is you can easily just use Brave browser to like block all the ads without having to worry about it. So you just never have to deal with ads ever again. I guess you could probably do the same thing on Twitch. And then the quality is usually better. Like, the downside is the chat experience is like worse, right? Because people don't tend to chat on YouTube. You get way less emojis. I mean, like, yeah. And I don't know why YouTube doesn't make it a little better. Hey, you get rewind, yeah. So the chat experience is just significantly better on Twitch, but the viewer experience is significantly better on YouTube. For what it's worth, me having streaming on YouTube might also just be hurting my Twitch as well. As far, you know, because you know people could watch on both. They have the choice in my. I link all of them, including Kick, in my Discord whenever I stream, so this way they can choose. And Kick doesn't even have ads. If you can get someone to sub to you on Kick, that's like the best one, because Kick gives you 95% of a sub. And subs are like $5, so you make the big bucks over there when someone subs to you. Meanwhile, on Twitch, it's what, like 50% at best for a non-partner? I'd say it's a low number. And YouTube has never ever paid me yet, so. But they do want my financial information, so maybe. Good question. How much have I made on YouTube? You need $100 to get paid out, so that ain't happening anytime soon. Okay, yeah, so like for the $1.99 channel membership, they gave me $1.05. And so a little over 50%. And I don't know on these on the supers yet. I don't see an actual payout amount. Huh. I don't know, I have it somewhere. But man, the thing that really hurts, if you look at the back end, you can see how many I have 549 subscribers, but look at my valid watch hours in the last year. I only needed 4,000. That one hurts. That was like 18,000 valid watch hours I could have been paid for if I just had more subs. Sucks. Yeah. I mean, it probably doesn't translate to that much money, if anything, but any money I get from that is just money that gets added to the game's coffers, so. I think in the entire time I streamed on Twitch, I made about $600. I don't know. Woohoo! That'll get me to 550. Yes, anyone who's not currently subbed to me on YouTube, please sub to me on YouTube so I can stick it to the man and get the ad revenue that YouTube's just taking from me. Aha! It's a worthy cause. A worthy cause indeed. Yeah. Thanks for the sub. You know what I might just need to do? I might just need to go to, like, you know, X or something and just start spamming to try to get more subs on YouTube. or sub trades or something like that. Anything I can to get more more subs, because I guess I could also make regular videos too. But I've tried making videos before, but like tutorial things, they don't really get subs either. You might have to actually make real content, or just make a channel that's all about stupidity and make only shorts that are real dumb. Yeah, I don't know what gets you there. Once I get to 1,000, I wouldn't even care anymore. That's all that matters. I just need 1,000. I swear my logic is wrong here. What is it saying? They're supposed to be in red. Looks like they're actually coming out as both blank. Yeah. I mean, at some point, if YouTube stays like this, I wouldn't even care as much about Twitch. I mean, I'll still, you know, stream on Twitch, but since Twitch is the only one that pays me money, it's just that Twitch's growth has always been very stagnant. It doesn't... There's just such a small community available, and I love those people. They're great, they're wonderful, but the community is so small that I'm never going to progress beyond like the smallest possible streamer there. Like there's just so few people in the category. Earlier I went to watch the category and there was 542 people watching the entire category. And that was during prime time here. Usually the Pacific prime time has way better viewership than that. It's crazy how bad the viewership is during prime time here, like, you know, because West Coast usually got like all the people from like LA, San Francisco, like, it pumps the numbers a lot. Because California is very populous. We also have like, you know, Portland, Oregon area, and then they've got like, you know, Seattle, Washington. Like there's a bunch of people that just watch during that time, and nope, it's crazy to me. So if those are not equal, I get the feeling it just needed to be the other direction. I think I saw my logic backwards. Yeah. And normally, like, every other category gets huge during that time. Like, they get pumped like crazy. Yeah, they're just watching everything else. Like, game dev is really unpopular in my time zone. Really unpopular. And when I go to sleep in the morning, it's usually about the highest it's going to be. So, as best I can tell, game dev is more popular in either Europe or the morning here. It should only be spawning one. This is terrifying. Oh god. That could happen in there. Okay, well this is a horrifying room now. But it's not stopping spawning. I mean, it's a lag-tastic thing. Because there's so many of them spawning. I think the way I had it set was that it's not a question of, there was no limiter. The limiter was actually them having a puzzle name. So maybe doing this blank thing doesn't really work. Because I wanted them, I think that's what I was. I was checking to see if there were, it already existed. If it already had spawned, then it moved on. Which then means I do have to have the puzzle name set up here, which then means I have to add this code to everything that spawns in this way. For this one to do it this way. Yeah. It's definitely weird that it's just such a bad. I thought for certain, you know, if I started streaming earlier in the evening, it would be way better here. But awkward as it is, the best time for me to stream is pretty much after midnight until like 7 or 8 in the morning. That's when I see the best viewership. It's also like the least convenient time possible to stream, by the way. Like, can't even have a life. By the time I go to sleep, I wake up, it's freaking like 3, 4 in the afternoon. Then I have regular work to do as well, which I've been not doing as much lately. I have enough cash set aside that I just don't have to do as much work. Because I mostly just buy assets all the time, and I never really spend money on anything besides assets. I do have a business that I run, so. And the business pays quite well when I do it. Sadly, I've become obsessed with game dev, which does not pay well. No, because you have to finish your game. I think I just remove this here and just run with it without the blanks. Because there's no limiter otherwise, and then I just have to add the puzzle stuff to all these things. But she's an NPC, so she should have it. And I said that I'd set up puzzle to the other stuff, I suppose? Sure. Oh man, I tried to stream at night the first time. It was hard. So do I know it was comfortable for me? FL easier. That's fair. The big problem I have is I can't usually stream in the evening very easily or the afternoon. It's pretty hard because it's often when my regular job happens, which then leaves the morning. I've tried streaming in the morning before. First of all, any traffic I have on YouTube just dies at that point. It's just over at that point. I get a little bit of traffic on Twitch. That is true. The traffic will die off though by the time the afternoon rolls around. Like basically around like 1 in the afternoon or something. It's usually about when I would see the traffic fall off when I tried it for like a month. Yeah. But I also have to sit there and be up early in the morning to do game dev, which is not like when I want to do game dev. I don't know, not really a morning person. I like the evenings, it's just I think I'm trying to resolve having what amounts to 2 jobs. This is the problem, right? Because I have a regular job and then doing this eats up time like it's a job. And if you're going to stream it, it basically becomes a job. Not that I don't enjoy it, but it is time consuming for certain. And there's only so much time in the day, so, you know. I have to have DPI spawn to this. Would it be healthier if I didn't stream? Yes. But I also have to get more wish lists and the like. And the only way to get that is to continuously put stuff out there as I make it. X is doing okay though. I took a day off posting on X. Actually, I think I took 2. I got tired of it. Also, I think people are probably going to get annoyed that I keep posting the same thing. Oh, wait. See, this is just the stupid thing here. Like, this never made sense to me here. Like, all it wants me to do is click refresh on this. Why couldn't it refresh it? Oh, wait. Have you decided that this is not puzzle setup? Oh, because I didn't, No, that's fine. Well, extra puzzle setup. Sure. I probably should make this a actor component. There aren't many things I don't want to spawn in anyway. I can just, you know, most of them have parents, just not this one. This does not have a parent. Yeah, I don't know. In reality, I probably should be, you know, not up all night. It just depends on how serious I am for purposes of streaming or not, right? Because I've historically always had the best viewership around this. And if I keep at it, I mean, like, YouTube viewership can get nuts. I've had to hit like 170 people before. Ain't no one rated me on YouTube. I remember when I had like, what, 330 subs, someone came in, it was like 170 some odd people watching me, and they just thought it was crazy. They're like, why were they? I had no idea. It's not like I've been rated or anything. But this already has puzzle setup, so I don't have to do anything there. Yeah. Well, the thing about YouTube, and this is actually a viable tactic for a lot of people, is there are sleepers. You see, apparently there's a large number of people who fall asleep with YouTube running, and they have autoplay going. So there's all these people at night who run these like 24-hour streams a lot of times to just collect sleepers. Sure, the sleepers will eventually wake up and leave, but they can be there for hours. And I had no idea what a thing this was, but apparently it's way bigger than you think. It's crazy to me that you'd fall asleep in front of, you know, YouTube like that. Like, go to bed. What the hell? The second I don't remember even like a minute of time, it means I'm so tired that I need to go to sleep. And I just go to sleep. And then they don't. So I'm assuming they're sleepers. Also, a few people woke up and said they kept waking up in my stream, so that kind of furthered the belief. But most of the time, they don't ever talk. And I'm not botting myself on YouTube because that'd be dumb. Like, if I was going to bot something on YouTube, I'd bot subscribers. Right? Like, what? I don't get monetized, so... no point in botting that, right? That reminds me. Today X wigged out on me and then decided to put a thing restricting my viewership. Again. They haven't done that in forever. I'm just like, but why? I'll figure out what it is later. Like I looked up, you know, some topic on there. I clicked a few threads to look at it. Each of the threads broke, and then they gave me a note saying that my account had been, the reach had been impacted. I was like, it's like, if you're gonna give me one for like spamming my trailer in every thread that asks to see my trailer. Don't give me one for reading threads. That's weird. Oh well. If they don't lift it, I'll just stop paying them. Solves all problems when you think about it. I was paying them for a reply boost. A boosty, if you will. I figure, you know, if you pay $8 in a month, but you get like 30 wish lists, then that's totally worth $8, right? I think it's what they charge me for it. You got to tell people about your game, right? I only check against this here, and I guess the rest of it is a thing that could be added. I don't really care about any of those. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to spell things correctly or anything. That's weird. Write things rightly? Don't you know you're only allowed to let AI generate responses on social media? You're an outsider being a human using social media. What the hell? I hate social media. It's just so fake. It's just all fake because none of it's true anymore. It's just pure fake crap. But I do get the occasional wish list, which says to me that someone must be paying attention. I am up to 183 wish lists, so it isn't like 0. That is true. Not none. So apparently they just have to have a unique name. At least that's what I thought. Wait. Well, now it seems like it'd be this way, since they aren't matching. The other one, I guess, screws the thing. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Whatever. All this because I wanted to have a bizarre horseshoe set up here for how this was done. This would be a lot easier if, well, I should have just made a whole encounter. Well, yeah, I guess I don't really put anything in there anymore. It's really just the cubes respond in, the puzzle stuff too, in general, but nothing else has really ever spawned anymore. Technically, room info was good enough, except for this one spot. I don't get why it's doing this. This is the same event from other places. Or the same actor. I don't understand why it would be different. And it's just spawning him over and over and over. I must have the logic backwards. There's no two ways about it. This system was a problem child anyway. It was very half-baked. It needed to be fixed anyway. I'm tempted to eliminate this encounter system and use the room one, but just move it over to here, the other thing. Because this encounter system has proven to be garbage on so many instances. Oh, thanks for hanging out and for the lurk. And thanks again for the sub. 550 subs. Hell yeah. Slowly but surely. Very slowly. Not so surely. I get there. Yes. Yeah, I'm taking a quick bio break in real fast anyway. All that alcohol's winning the fight. Yeah, right back. All right. I find myself kind of confused with how I have this set up. I know I have it set up specifically for the other ones, and those work. I think it's because well, I should be setting the information on these. Let me look how I set the other ones up. I did something. And this system was designed to not spawn them again if they did their thing. Like if you killed them once and never again. So it was basically an objective system, unlike the other one, which always spawned in every time. Sure. If I want to get more coding done, I probably should drink less. Hey, background actor, how's it going? What are you lurking on? Oh, okay. Oh. My own system is broken and terrible. It works up here, right? Like, I'm not stupid? I mean, I could be stupid. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm rarely surprised by my own stupidity. For cert. I broke stuff. The system should work, but I'm missing one crucial element. Okay, it's just spawning infinite, sure. And it no longer spawned them in the correct location. Going backwards. Nice. Nice indeed. Right. This is originally what it was. Still looking forward to my massage tomorrow. Oh my god. Alright, so he hasn't come back yet. I'm gonna leave him come back though. Alright. Out of the room. It's not here. Lagga, lagga, lagga. I'm not worried about the lag right now. Too many optimization things I need to do. Really worry about that. I just wanted to leave that room and then come back and see if it is going to spawn them or not. Wait for everything to load. Really grab from there. Lagga, lagga, lagga. What's the cause here? He just frozen perpetually? That's exciting. Oh, no, he's just being incredibly slow. Whatever. Something ain't right. Yeah, see, it works with them. Yeah. Problems with the, every spline ever, sure. Yeah, just spline problems. As soon as I convert the splines over to static meshes, it won't be a problem anymore, but I just haven't cared because I keep changing things, so as long as I keep changing things, it makes very little sense to change it over. I'm probably not changing this from the way it is now, I imagine. Probably. There is the option to simply make this just go straight across though, ditch this side thing, and then I can have all sorts of stuff out here to jump on, which might be cooler. I mean, this way is not terrible though, so I don't really hate it. So that's kind of the problem. But whenever I feel like messing with that and completing it, sure. I mean, Charlotte should use the same thing as the painting blocker, so he keeps doing Charlotte Smoke 3 over and over and over and over and over. Perhaps they die because they have no level or no health. Maybe that's something. Well, I don't know why these ones would be dead, because they're just smoke thingies, so they shouldn't actually be dead ever. Call it the same one there. Let's just fill in all the information and save time. Oh, it must be something on those entirely. The smoke thingies don't necessarily have the right code. They're not NPCs. So what happened? You almost like there's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and there's 3 over and over and over. 1 second. I'm gonna load an old one and take a look at the code there and see what I did weird. There's something dumb I'm doing somewhere around here, or the code just is faulty, which is also true. Guess I didn't make an extra backup, huh? Whatever, the code was fine. Got the previous one. Wait for the other one to open. It's more like I'm breaking things lately than adding to them. I had so many things that have changed recently. That's why I need to really pare down the thing as much as possible. I keep adding all this crap. Things are just left unfinished for so long. Which is not good. You know, I should not do that. But hear me out, I did anyway. And that just leads to, well, an endless loop of never getting it done. How about that? All this was one room. Everything else worked, and this is technically this extra ridiculous spawner, which will probably take hours to get working perfectly. I guess there's no clearing system either. The other one had a way to clear it. Maybe that's part of the problem. No, because the other one's just going forever. And block that chat over there. I don't need this one anymore. Not a question of it reaching the encounter system. I've seen that. I mean, technically I had this after that. Guess I can move back, not that it makes a big difference. But maybe. I mean, it doesn't make that big of a difference, but still. I did technically have it after. And this is where I had the option to eliminate it based on distance, but I took that out, which shouldn't actually affect a whole lot of anything. Other than making everything just spawn initially. It's the same, that's the same. Rather than having a bunch of print strings, these are the same. But then there was a system to clean things out that... I I did this, and that might have caused some problems too, right? Well, it was originally an OR with any of them, so you would think that that would make sense if it had any of these tags, then it should despawn. Or it should, or it's just a simplified version of the other. Because I originally just had these, and they were just connected by an OR with each of these things. And this is any of the tags, so yeah. And the tags here are those, plus I added a new one for NPC itself. The boss should probably not be there, I imagine. What are the tags you have? I think part of the problem is it's not removing them. Well, this should only make them despawn if they're within a range. This shouldn't affect much else because it's supposed to despawn if they leave the room. The flaw has to be on the other. I'm going to remove those ones from the encounter table here, the smoke traps, and see if Charlotte herself works fine. She should, because she uses the exact same code as the other little painting blockers that work. You'd think. But maybe that's not true. We shall see. So I gotta narrow down what this code problem is. So I'll just eliminate section after section until I get there. Hey Sarah, how's it going? So the problem is the other things are spawning over and over because they don't have a limiter of any sort. It must be missing something that reports back. I don't think I want these chairs here, but to be fair, you have double jump at this point, so... Well, if I enabled it. Which easily gets you up here. So the chairs were there just for that, so that, you know, people could look like they were going to sit and look at the aquarium. Presumably when they eat food from the broken compass, or they just want to sit here and look out. I guess to be fair, they could not sit there. They could actually just, you know, it could be a place to stand and look out. She gets really confused. Really confused. Okay, so we know the problem is with the smoke thingies and not with all this other stuff. That's usually what I do. I'll go through the stuff I know that works and see if that's, you know, there's problems. I try to use it to suss out the stuff that is a little more suspect. So what happens when an NPC gets their puzzle stuff set up? What are we doing here? Really? Spawned in the... Oh, is this all that happens? This is just setting up their level and everything. It's not like anything interesting. I mostly need to set up a spawning actor. Full actors aren't even a thing. The spawned in happens, sure. I could just make everything off the NPC. The little smokes could be an NPC as well. Is there a downside to that? Is there really? Probably. I mean, I probably need more puzzle stuff or something. Oh wait, I know. Let's just do I have this. Get puzzle info. And this one is set up puzzle. That's the problem right there. I just need these two things. And I only really needed the name because that's all I'm really checking against. The other stuff I just put in there because I just didn't know better. But at some point I may wish to make them specific, in which case this will be handy. I can use to prevent them from ever spawning again, which might be interesting. In case such an event would maybe make them not show up anymore, or make a worse version show up. Oh, I forgot to put the smokes back in. Now I gotta figure out where they originally were at. That's whatever. It is what it is. I meant to add them all back first before I did that. I did enough actions that I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. It's weird tracks. Oh, that's right. Guess I really only need this. I don't want to do the other. Alright, let's position a chair in places so I have an idea of what's where I want things. I'm not sure I'll have the crawling Charlotte here versus a different one, but you know, until I make something better, it can be here as a roving pit. Ain't nothing wrong with the roving pit. Thankfully, not many of these things are going to need to be spawned in. It's just a handful. I don't know if she's fallen through the grounds yet, but I need some grippies over there. My stream has changed so much in the time, like, since I started working on chapter 2 again. Not sure if enemies are going to spawn here to fight you or not, or there'll be some sort of traps or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Or Charlotte's behavior be completely different. That's also possible. Looks like it works though. I think I opened this door though. I did. Seems like it works. Finally. It's just my fault for not including the information on there. For some reason I thought the problem was here, but the problem was never here. Problem was just it was looking for information that was never given. Yes. Probably helpful to give that information. But program really is just a game of telephone. And the second the telephone message comes out something different, you done messed up, you gotta fix it. It's not like real telephone where everyone just gets to laugh. Quick double check I didn't know that I connected everything while deleting all the print strings, because I've done that before. Do it where I can easily backtrack and see what I messed up.
They're watching me. Are you much like me? They're watching me. I'm not talking to me. You're going the wrong way. A shooting star jumps.
Oh, she was close. Damn. She's out to get me. I mean, to be fair, she is in fact out to get me. It's not wrong. Nice. I guess I'll have to print string. It's also one on the NPC thingies or something. Well, this should let me change them all to that eventually, but for now this was the one that I was most concerned about. It also means I could have room info inside the Safari room if I want to. Though I really don't need to in there because there's no specific, special spawns in there. It's got lots of items and places to go, but it doesn't have any unique stuff. What's cool? Could test it with what I currently have. Yeah. Probably be like a 4-hour stream tonight. Gotta be up earlier tomorrow. Since I figured out what else I was gonna work on. I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm not gonna put the Anizons all over though. I kind of want to, but at the same time, eh. I think I already put keys in places, so this is not even a message I needed. Yeah, the big key. You already find Lordex key over there, so yeah. Any of these rooms exist. I got some Tilly ideas, but I'm not worrying about her because I'm kind of gonna swap it anyway. I also need to pull the story together. I have it all over the place, and I made a bunch of crucial changes to the game now that will force me to once again change the story at least some. The major events haven't changed, but the old day-to-day events kind of changed a bit because, well, just there's new locations and order of things got changed, and it's the weirdest track. I almost keep it on because it's the weirdest track on this list of bizarre things. I mean, there's over 2,000 tracks it cycles through, so the fact that this one shows up at least once a stream is weird to me. It's not even all the tracks I have to go through. I need to start deleting ones I don't like. But I get caught up when I'm doing and don't really hear the music most of the time after a while. I just don't like silence much. The silence makes it, I don't know, just weird after a while. Just perpetual silence. Is there anything I want to do, or should I make a test of the new system to see how it pans out against the hordes? Well, that's right. Now with the advent of the new NPC system, people like Anizon should actually spawn now, in theory. I still have to rework the storage room to be different, too. I shouldn't be dicking with the second chapter, you know? It's coming along, though. It's got a lot of changes, and other than, like, wanting to change the what's under the water a bit, I'm pretty okay with the Hidden Grotto. I don't think it's perfect by any stretch, but it feels like it's like a 70% room. Like, I want it to be an 80% room and then call it square on that. Like, I don't got to do any better than that. If I can do better than that later, fine, but I wanted to get to like 80% like of what it can be, and then finish everything else, and then come back if I have time to make things better. Instead of trying to make things perfect, because there's no such thing as perfection, really. I don't want to chase a dream that's impossible to achieve. And the theory is that, you know, if I get all these rooms down to like 80% done, that means the game is technically releasable. Whereas if I sit there and focus on making certain rooms amazing, then there's whole portions of the game that aren't done and the game is not releasable. So gotta remind myself of that, because I went back and redid a bunch of chapter 1, and it's far better for it for certain, but I definitely took a couple extra months doing that. Well, this just needs to be removed, basically, is what needs to happen. But the problem is, there has to be replacements for it if I do that. I had all these boxes in here making a little thing. It'll be less good of a room, but I need to take that out of there. Actually, I think this just gets the job done by just a giant crate there to replace Anusons. It's not ideal, but I might just replace all the crates and just make a little crate room or something. I don't know. Or maybe I'll do a bunch of boxes into you can't climb on. Like, I don't want you to climb on, so. Lagga, lagga, lagga. Oh, you don't have to equip it anymore. That's right. I just have to have it. If I move that over a little bit, I might just be able to make the jump, and then that's fine with me too, because it's just an extra little side area. I don't know what that lag is, but it's something weird. Maybe it's this, how this thing's set up. Yeah, I can just go this way now if I want. There's no lights in this room now, though. That is a problem. I wonder what that lag is. It could just be my computer being overloaded by all the crap I have open in the background, and that would be completely reasonable, I would assume. I got a lot of crap open in the background. I kind of feel like Windows is getting uppity these days and needs to be dealt with. Yeah, 64% memory I used. What's eating on my memory? See if it's actually the game or not. I guess I can eliminate this, I don't really care. Is it Brave eating all of it? No, Unrelated is eating a bunch of it. Brave's eating some. What can I do to reduce Brave's? Who knows what going on here? See if I can stop these lags from happening. Doesn't like I've done much at all. Yeah, I knocked like 5% of the usage off. The last thing I want to buy right now is memory, what with all the AI people eating the all the RAM supply and thus forcing the price to be retarded. Not a fan of that. So what sort of lights am I going to have? Because originally I had Anizons in and that was enough lights and it made sense, but now it's just crates and things, so it's less interesting. Though I might try to replace all these things with little mini crates because to be honest, it's just weird when they can't be jumped on, right? Like, it makes sense a lot more if they if they weren't flat, you know? Since they're flat. Stupid nav mesh. That reminds me. Now those can stay, but Anti-Zon does not stay. If Anti-Zon even still spawns. I think it's actually set on the other spawner. Like I was like halfway to using the other spawner anyway. Might as well make things look a little better. These little crate thingies. I don't know if I want to redo all these necessarily. I might leave them as they are for now. The goal is to make the room actually beatable. That's it. Just make the room beatable. All those are in there, sure. Oh, I still need a light. I don't have anything that's, you know, super easy to work with here. I mean, I could put a light on the wall. That's true. You know, I have to move the whole land or I have to move the hook. Let me see messages. I haven't looked over there in a hot minute. Nope. At least there's at least one light here, so you're not like SOL. I gotta give him one. I don't have to give him more than the one though. I'm out of water. I didn't bother to grab alcohol this time. I think I've drank enough alcohol. Not in the right data layer. Oh wait. Do it in this order, so just otherwise in the wrong order it can vanish if both layers aren't loaded. Yeah. Which not doing so hot tonight. That lag is. Could easily be my computer before I get too crazy. I don't recall any changes to the code that would do that, but my computer could be like, nah, and dying. Hoping I just changed the code, my computer's not having problems, obviously. Oh, you cannot get that high. Yeah, something ain't right. Yeah. I could swap them out with these. Then you could actually just grab them if they were in there, and that's probably better. Yeah, like I say, originally there was a dilapidated warehouse, so there's a lot of like weird dilapidated assets, like they're abandoned crap, and then, you know, you get rid of all that, so now I just have a bunch of stuff that needs to be kind of removed because it's not ideal. Yeah, something was loading there. I don't know what it was. Can I just grab this? Pretty certain I can. Yep, so I can get rid of those two over there and just use those. This is not tall enough though for that. Maybe I can't just grab this. Or maybe, just maybe. The only downside is there's not much reason to go down anymore. Like before there was Anizon, so there's a reason to go there. It's possible Anizon should be there and I shouldn't have NPCs in that one area, but I don't know. That's originally how it was, and I can have more of a story if the NPCs are somewhat near each other periodically. Like whereas right now, the amount of story I can have is pretty limited because nobody's ever near each other, and most of the toys are crazy. So like, what kind of? There's not many people pop to interact with, you know, like. I'm just saying, there's really not. Then they should be like this. Yeah, I'll probably got like another 21 minutes, get my 4 hours in, and then just be back tomorrow since I gotta get up early. Unless I want to play test, in which case maybe I'll play test, but I don't find that. I do want to see how this plays out though. But I don't want to play it if it's going to lag like that. You know? I wonder what's causing it. Yeah, something's loading at a distance. It's just screwing me. I probably just need to make certain everything is squirreled away inside of the data layers. Oof. Every time in that direction, it's like it has to load a mesh. Let me test it again. Why? Yeah, look, it loads a mesh right in that direction every time. But what the hell is it loading? And why isn't it in memory, whatever it is, because you just loaded it? That is weird. My jump should be possible, but the lag is harsh. Because I didn't change those. Man, that is weird. I was able to make this jump earlier. Not that one, I can't quite make that one. Huh. What the hell is out here that's ridiculously, loading the whole time? Nothing in particular. Looks very heavy. And Applebee. Yeah. I mean, the game's going good. Other than now, I have some weird, bizarre lag spike that keeps happening. Could be my computer itself, though. So far, when I jump right over here, it lags. Okay, well, you could also just not jump at all. Come on. Very laggy. Yeah, right there, it loads something. And what's weird is... Okay, why can't you grab that? You've gotten so bad at grabbing things. Right there, it loads it again. Weird. And over every time I jump there. We're your Steam page tonight. Good artist, kind of excited. Not gonna lie, that's awesome. Steam page is such a big step. Once you get it, it just changes how you view your game. It really does. It goes from a, this is just some concept to it being like a real thing that you're doing. And that's just nice. Especially when you actually put good stuff on it. Because I made a theme page, but then I spent like a month or two before I actually made anything nice on it. Even though I need to go back and make even better things, sure. Thought about paying for better caps art or something too. Yeah, hopefully your artist has... Well, has the artist already made stuff, or are you going to tell the artist to make stuff? I guess I should ask that. Are you meeting with them to, you know, get a bunch of stuff handed to you to put on the page? That's always awesome if that's the case. That definitely sped this up when I closed that garbage, sure. And the FPS is about what I'd expect. It's actually slightly better than what I'd expect for running it, but then right here, something is loading. But what? Why is it always the case? Just planning? Okay. Still exciting. It slowed down for a second there, but did not load. Is it just because you're loading that room? No, there, it froze up there. Huh. Thought I could play, I guess not. I should use more planning for my pages. I really haven't done much in a while. Yeah, it's something out here, because as soon as I load here, it's fine. But what in the world is loading out here? I'm tempted to remove everything from the H-load besides the city. But something's just compiling over and over. Which is weird. Not gonna lie. I mean, if it does it once, that makes sense, sure, but why over and over? Oh, I failed to jump on there, whatever. Yeah, other than that lag spike, it's running pretty good for, you know, running an Unreal Engine and me streaming. Take that away and this game would be running fantastic, so it's expected, but... Oh, I switched it back. Oh no! That was deserved, by the way. I was gonna see how to make this work, because I want them to throw the mushrooms at the things in order to enlarge them. And it works a lot of the time, but not always. Like for the really giant stuff, it doesn't work right. Yeah, it's actually running maybe a few FPS better than I would expect. Well, I didn't make that jump, but... Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to hit sometimes because I don't want to hit the thing I'm on. I suppose I was supposed to test that anyway, because I like the idea of throwing it if you're in the Altera mode and it, you know, growing things. Or being able to plant them and having the same effect. That won't help selling it back at the beginning. Yeah. I don't know what's up with these meshes, things like that. There's no point where they're even set to move, but somehow they keep giving the error that they, you know, have to be set to move to that. I realize that they're a child of the movable parent, but They literally default to being not movable. And then have to have the not immovable trait in order to ever be set to movable. So I don't understand how that's happening, but somehow it is. It is indeed. I think the thing that gets all the stuff on the projectile for when it hits something and then sends any commands if it's one of the interactable things is awkward there. Something in this room is trash. I think the thingy is too big on this. Kind of hard to do from up above like that. Because they're hitting me, I think. Which is awkward because you need to be able to grow what you're standing on. I actually don't know why it's even missing that one. It says Empress Plant. It's just not growing, see? That one works. One of the many big problems. I mean, I could just leave it as the original targeting method, and that method works perfectly, but it's just so much less cool than throwing the little mushroom at it. Plus, the one you plant, I want to also do the same thing. It's just one's thrown, one's not. So this way you can still grow it even if you don't have the other set up. Yeah, I think I'll call it in about 7 minutes or so. I am not looking forward to getting up early tomorrow. No. But after that, I don't have to be up the next day. Plus, I get to have my, glorious massage. Wonderful. I need the projectiles. Yeah, that one plays out. You saw the ability is like 80% done now. Shouldn't take that much longer to finish him completely. Saw a giant white thing over here. Weird. I don't know. Yeah, it's too easy to hit the one you're on. Of course, being able to hit the one you're on is also important. Hey, Deus Ex Nexus can't talk now. How goes it? It actually works better when it's smaller. Mushrooms. Then they have these problem children ones that don't work very well. Huh. Might need to not use these ones, honestly. Maybe he's trying to live in. The Eliza P sequel series this year? Oh. I think I even saw Eliza P, the initial one, but, you know, I think I heard the name once. Why does this not hit that? It's so weird. Hopefully people are buying all your music. Break the monies. Dark Souls Pinocchio. I guess Liza P then makes sense when you put it like that. Guess I can't jump up there. That's fine. Oh, you're not working. It works from below. Kinda. The organs. Wait a minute. What is this P organs you speak of? Sounds questionable. Yeah, I don't know what is up with this. It says it's hitting the Empress plant. And yet it is not. I can only assume that it... Oh, it should be looking for the whole actor. Skill tree? Oh, okay. Fair enough. This was working earlier. Now it's just not working at all. That is so weird. Like, I was literally growing and shrinking these over and over and over and over, and now they are just missing every time. But it says it's hitting them. Maybe at some point I'll check out Liza P. I don't even know. I realize I should probably occasionally play games. I never do. Most of the time I just kind of work on my stuff. Work on other stuff. And I don't really take a lot of breaks. Even when I don't feel very good, I tend to work on something. There's nothing stopping this from growing and shrinking. Think. Maybe. I've been toning down my entire game skill tree to not dumb, so I play next time for people to use them. Pretty much everything I've been doing lately is just tone it down. Shrink the game to reasonable. Also, it's not helpful to have like a million abilities and then know where to use them. Cool, great, you have like 66 abilities and you only have like 90 rooms. How many tutorials you think are going to be in here? You know, that's quite a few. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot. I don't know what's happening with you. I don't think the Empress Plant's the problem necessarily, but I guess it could be. Hey, welcome back, Leposian. Do I need 3D custom assets made? I mean, yeah, sure, if I had money. Like, I could always use something made, except for not. I could also use cash in the first place. You know? When in doubt, could use cash. I don't even know what I'd have someone make if someone did make something, to be honest, at this point. I'd have to think about it. But regrettably, being unhealthy and having all the medical expenses has made me poor. Exactly, yeah. I don't want to give people hopes that, you know, I could somehow pay them money. I know one guy's like, he wanted to make music, you know, he offered to make a track for free, and I was like, that's cool, man, but I don't want to make you think that I have any money to pay you, so like, even if you make one for free, you're better off making one for someone who can afford to buy more songs. Meanwhile, I'm like, I always tell people I have my entire game's budget is hope, streams, and the 12-pack, and the 12-pack is long gone, right? And it's not far off, to be fair. It really isn't. I mean, initially all the money on this game was from assets I bought for a different game. When you factor in all that, there's probably been maybe $1,500 I spent in the whole history of my game dev career. Almost all of which was on the other game. I spent a little bit on this one ever since I did like the Steam. They gave like $100 and things like that. So I think I spent like $400 or $500 of it on this one. Am I gonna get the release in 2 weeks? Yeah, totally. Huh. Something's wrong with this projectile. I've left it with print strings for a while because of that same issue. But yeah, hopefully you find work, you know, get some 3D assets made. I don't know. It's a rough world out there because you're trying to target game devs, and game devs are notoriously poor. Because we're an artist that's expected to buy a bunch of crap. Not just an artist who's expected to make things. You know who had weirdly large amounts of money? The RPG Maker people. Like all the little casual people. People aren't trying to make a game for any kind of living, that they're just doing as their hobby. Hobbyists have money. That's the important thing. Hobbyists have money. Yes. It's like when I did the magic trading thing. I could focus on tournament people, but they never have money. And the people who have money are the little hobbyists who go in there and think nothing of dropping like $100 on some cards. Because they don't have to worry about maintaining any kind of anything or any kind of, you know, they don't have to have a top tier deck or whatever. Just like those like RPG Maker casual devs don't have to make any kind of real game. They just collect crap. With no real budget in mind, no real goal, no anything, just the nebulous goal of, I'm gonna make a game. You will, buddy, I believe. Spoiler, I don't really believe. I'm lying to them. I was in that community way too long to believe. I remember this one had me stumped for a while. Now, my advice to pretty much anyone trying to make money off 3D assets is to make packs you can sell on Fab. Just make something that's like generically useful, or I guess you could try to target a specific niche, but you know, just the amount of customers it goes in front of, and like once you have made the pack, it just sits there and can perpetually make money. So, whereas, you know, if you sell to a specific person, that's great. You probably get a higher payout out up front, but there's no residual income on that. It's just, that's what you get. Also, my thing is saying battery low. Like an agent, only a commission cut, find a client. Oh, okay. So you're hiring. You're looking for a client for someone else to do the work. I can see. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't really know anyone who's looking, but you can always join all the discords with the with all the, like, you know, the Unreal devs and everything like that, or well, if people want the 3D assets and just ask there. I don't know if it's how successful they are, because the only thing I've learned about Discord is everyone and their grandmother messages me about making models or art. And I'm just like, yeah, still don't have any money. Not for that. I got money for my regular business, but that's the one that makes me money, so I don't see any reason to invest too much money into this one until well, actually, my real plan with this game is more to get a game that is completely, like, it's a viable product start to finish like that, and then sit there and start asking for additional funding to make it better. Right? Because winning like things like Epic Mega Grants is very challenging. The odds that you get one off of nothing or for like an unfinished game, not very high. But if your game is already like finished and you're looking for money to make it better, it might go well. Your job's networking. It's fair. Aren't we all networkers in this day and age? In day and age of social media where you're collecting followers. And I was so much smarter when I was younger. So I spent my time being much more anonymous on the internet, but still making money and having fame and being anonymous, which was great. Now I don't really make money and I have to be like really public. Mistakes were made. But I want to sell my game. Okay. Gotta tell people about it if I want to sell it. I'm trying to figure out how it can fail after working on the same one for so long. I mean, is it somehow I can't lose the gameplay tag. I'm not adjusting gameplay tags. I might try this at the end instead, so let it run all the code first instead of connecting them. Well, no, this has to be a true. Wait, why do I care about this? Like... So, it's already checked collision. I don't understand why I want this. Yeah, pretty much. So it was you who did this thing. Oh, I see. This one has to be like that. You know, it's weird, like Twitch has as many viewers as Kick right now, but YouTube still has like 21 people watching. Why am I doing all actors? Why not just do the sphere collision? Why confuse the issue here? Oh, I see. Can stay as it is. I see why I had it set up that way. First of all, this is just a weird way to do things. I don't know why I did it this way, but I don't see any reason where it shouldn't just be done like this and I get rid of an extra branch. It doesn't make any sense to have that when I didn't need it. Same thing here. I had to read the tower ones to work too. With the doors, which means I got to move the tower early on. Ugh, that's right. I made some changes to the moon. I forgot that the moon is actually a required tarot, so that means I'm gonna have to make some changes because it's no longer the effect that I wanted. It's a different effect. Unless I can make the little moon clones destroy moon doors. I guess that could be a thing. It's fine, I guess. Not how useful this is going to be, but we'll find out. I really like the idea of throwing little mushrooms, even though the other one is significantly more efficient. Purposes of how it's set up. I still like the other better. Sometimes you gotta make a sacrifice, you know, in the name of flavor. We'll put this earlier on because it shouldn't be an enemy, but you know, whatever. Something about this code is wonky. Yeah, something in this room just has to load. And I don't know what's suddenly so bad. Look how trash the FPS suddenly is. Guess I got a lot of crap open on the sides, but whatever. Yeah, it says be preemptive plant. No, it doesn't work at all. And that time it did. Also too slow happened. Hey, another guy. I should make a model better sell at that point. I think the game is ready. More like a video game playing code. Is anything bad? I mean, yeah, maybe I would. I get the sneaking suspicion that anything I make is not going to be that great anyway, so I would be unlikely to do that by the end there. Much more likely to spend it advertising or improving bugs. Gameplay things. Why does this work worse? What have I missed here? But, like I say, if I can't convince anyone with the finished game that it's worth investing more into, then it's a good idea to just kick it out the door and maybe start the next game. Right? Basically let the public decide if it's actually good or not. And if they decide it is, well then maybe I'll make some DLCs of the next game, get some good stuff in it. I don't know. Just depends on how well people receive it, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't want to be on this forever. I figure at some point there's like diminishing returns on spending time on a game. Like if your game is already pretty good, you know, like every additional hour you put into it beyond that becomes less and less valuable. Like the game's already completed. Depends. So if the game's amazing, people will be like, yeah, it's cool, but we'll see. Also, the next game can just be built on top of the code of this one, so I just make improved versions of that code, so that's what I did with my last projects. That's fair. I'm looking for a long-term viable plan, though. And, you know, endlessly working on one game is only viable if you have people who have like a subscription or you have some kind of microtransactions or some way to really continuously milk it for money. Otherwise, well, I mean, eventually you gotta eat, right? I'd like to not work 2 jobs if possible. One sounds much better than the other. Right. But that's just me. It never even gets past this part here. Which is interesting. It gets to here and then it ignores, it looks like. But this game will be hopefully the first game I make in a stream of them. You know, a whole bunch of them I'll make, but we'll see how it goes. Like I say, if it doesn't do well, I'll be quick to move to the next one. Or to just go, game dev's not for me. Depends on how bad it does. If it does like absolutely atrocious, then I'll be like, there's easier ways for me to make a lot of money. I'll finish my dream of, you know, making a game, even if it wasn't a great game. I would prefer that not be how it goes, though. Yep, support developers. But the problem is these people have a lot of games. So getting them to support you is quite the challenge. I've been spamming X and have like 115,000 impressions in the last 3 months on X. And I have only 183 wish lists, which is not good. But to be completely fair, I also showed up out there with some clips from chapter 1 and that's it. Like, I mean, I put them into a trailer and said, yeah, game good. And to be fair, a lot of people just don't see it because there's so many games out there. that even in all that, I mean, getting people to look at it's a challenge. How many times did they look at it? It's probably fallen a bit because I didn't do any yesterday, so technically the 3-month period would be not there anymore. Yeah, it's fallen a little bit, but I mean, and all that. Yeah, I lost like 3 followers in that day. There, some days it happens. You just spam a lot and they don't like it. But overall, I gained much. But yeah, when I didn't post anything, I only got like 418. So you can see that. Yeah. But I mean, $43,000 views on this post, but it only engaged like 1,000 times. You only expanded it 747 times. Profile visit, whatever. Only 46 link clicks. I mean, like, man, it's a rough world out there. Maybe the trailer sucks. Sure. But I would say that's somewhat disheartening. But to be fair, I'm making somewhat of a niche game. I'm not making a crafting game or a first-person shooter, or the two things that appear to do really well. It's weird that this stopped working. And I changed some code, but it was changed farther in. It wasn't changed... like, it's stopping before it hits the code that I changed. Which is weird. Yeah. The road to getting the 1,000 wish lists so that Steam pays attention to me is a long, hard one, for certain. I'm not even sure how... Like, the thing is I guess that's a misleading thing to show like that, because it doesn't... Every time I reply to someone's thing with my game, that's counted as another post, and those posts get their own link clicks. So technically, I've had a lot more link clicks on my trailer than I know. I have no way to check. I'd have to go back to every single post and look at the analytics for every single post every time I've basically reposted my trailer, which is probably, I don't know, 1,000 times at least. I mean, I was reposting it like 30 to 40 times a day, replying to everyone's thread who asked for, to see it. There's just perpetual people every day. That's all they do. It's just do that. One of the things you can do, I notice people doing it, and I might do this myself, is people will ask like to see your games, and they'll have a clip of their game in the thing. Huh? Why does he keep having a seizure? What are we talking about? Yeah. It's true. That's what they do. And it's such a great way to do it because it just leads to, people liking their stuff, and they see a whole bunch of these things. So it's like, and they're not considered spamming at all, which is, I should probably do that too. Of course, then you got to go and like and retweet everyone's crap, but, oh, I see. I get the feeling you find someone on Kick and they're not a great person. That's fine. Because I'm used to Twitch chat, so... Because I'm also streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Fair enough. I am quite the linguist, don't you know? But a terrible programmer. Apparently. So broke it. And I am uncertain how I have broken this. Which is... It's finding the plant right there. That's what's weird. Yeah, I'm on both Twitch and YouTube. It's one of those things where I've decided to also be nice and stream to Kick, because Kick has such low traffic that I don't usually bother. But today I'm like, ah, sure. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. The lowly people at Kick, I guess, occasionally deserve a shame. I don't know. I feel very generous doing that. You guys should be thankful, for certain. What a weird question. Am I Virgin Mary? Wait a minute. I don't think I'm in the Bible. I make an ugly Virgin Mary, by the way. Thought I'd point that out. Oh no. No wonder Mary had a, you know, birth without having sex. My ship's like, hi, I'm Mary. They'd be like, ooh. Go away, Mary. It's fair. It's good. Guess if you're in the desert and you only have one choice, Mary can look okay, I suppose. She can look terrible, it wouldn't matter. Important things to ask. I mean, it happens. Sometimes, you know, there have been a few women on TikTok who say that, you know, that's what happens. They just get pregnant out of nowhere. It's weird. I thought you were married this whole time. No, I know and tell you. Yeah, you were out of the loop. Sucks to be you. Just not one of the cool kids. I would say sorry, but not one of the cool kids. You're a sorry one. I see. Well, you know, I mean, I guess it happens. One thing leads to another. Well, I guess it happens for you. Whatever it is you're drinking or taking, you should probably share with the class, because it must be the good stuff. To not remember that. Maybe if Jesus is, you know, down on the corner and thinks you have a pretty mouth. It's fair. Ugh. Questions people ask. Make game? No. White stuff in anus? Apparently so. The questions people ask. Well, at least you're getting some action, I guess. So, it's good. Yes. Do I dare blaspheme? I'm on the internet, yes. Hell yes. That's right. Hell yeah, brother. It's somehow hitting itself. There's no other explanation. It's hitting itself. I literally had a thing over here appending itself to the ignore array here. So how you hit yourself when you're literally the ignore actor array? Guess I need to know the color on that red. So Poppets. Hey, kick got up to 4 people. You guys have beaten out Twitch tonight. You haven't beat the 21 out on YouTube yet, but up back to 3. Tied with Twitch. Questions people ask you. Once he reaches the blue, it says the Empress plant. Okay, no, that's fine. The ignore actor array looks like it's correct. Your question, you put X on Y, you hit yourself, you don't have an actor array? I mean, you know, I have actor array. I'm just collecting all the stuff that's, including the children of the things too. Sometimes child actors can be counted too, even though they're strapped to something. Normally this works fine, and it actually says that look at the red ones are the ones that it's ignoring, so it is ignoring those. The Empress plant does actually show up right all the way over here when it talks about like at the end of this loop thing, that because this is looping through every single actor, so it is finding it. And then this one here never happens. And they should be valid, you would think. So weird, I didn't change this code. Huh. Guess what's other actors saying? This might be a tomorrow plan. Yeah, it's been something that clearly I must hate myself because I do game dev instead of something that makes me money. But I like game dev, which is unfortunate. That's part of the hating myself thing, apparently. So some of the other projectiles weren't operating as well as they could either. So these both match, which is weird because it should, you know, if they match, it should just say true each time. And as long as this is set to, you know, true, it'll go on. So it never triggers the false in theory. Hmm. It has to be some kind of a timing issue, but how is it a timing issue when it's just looping through the thing? Like, there's not a delay anywhere in here, I don't think. I guess there's a delay until next tick right there. That's before this loop. Hmm. Do I even need a break on this? I do want to run through each one. I just streamed up almost an hour longer than I thought I was going to. Yeah. Fair enough. I really wonder what's causing that. It's so bizarre. Oh well, I just need to do optimization at some point here. What a weird track for these. These are all from the same two humble bundles, by the way. So, fair enough. It's definitely hitting player. Don't really need this crap. It's definitely going down the player tree. We already saw that. But wait, but why? Well, I guess this has to have, well, I'm checking against its own thing. Maybe having this as two things was important for some reason. Sure, I did make that change, and we are back to where it's hitting this point, so apparently having these as an and doesn't work. As that can that. Okay. I don't know why that would make sense, because it needs to have both tags. They both have to be true. You think you can make the same check? Maybe not. I've been sitting too long. Chair is winning the fight. Should buy a better chair. If I was rich, I'd buy a new chair. I probably need like $300-400 to buy a better chair than this one, though. Huh. Well, it sort of worked, and then it didn't. In reverse. And then never again. I have so many questions. Actually, mostly just why. I think I'll call it for a night. I've gone far longer than I was going to, and I'm probably missing something dumb. It's usually how it goes. Just something really dumb that I should easily see, but I also have to be up kind of early tomorrow, so it would behoove me to sleep early enough that I at least get 6 hours sleep. Less than that, I don't function very well. I mean, ideally I'd get 8, but we're well past that me getting 8 thing, so I'm just saying. I'll be back tomorrow, about the same time, chirping along, doing my thing. Unless, you know, I feel really bad or something, unhealthy-wise or something, but bad health, I'll be back tomorrow. So, for those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, wish listed, join the Discord, follow, subscribe or something if you want, or don't. Either way, thanks for watching. I will see everyone tomorrow. And it looks like there's not a lot of people watching on Twitch. I'm not going to read out with you guys, so yeah, I guess I'll just wave off everyone back. Later.